Welcome in, guys. Happy Saturday. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow, I'm just sharing it out. And if you guys could do the same, that'd be awesome. If you could hit that repost button, the yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other. Lemons, I'm assuming you didn't mean to invite Kim to the live. It just said that you invited Kim to come up as a guest or something. I think you must have just accidentally hit it. I hit that all the time, Lemons. Thank you, Songbird. Love you, Lemons. Kim was like, here I come. Whodat, I have over 100 stories, so it depends. I take requests and then I write them all down and we vote. So whichever one wins each poll is the one I read for tonight. Speaking of, feel free to write your story requests, guys, in the chat in all capital letters. I knew you would, Kim. I knew you'd come up and be like, in all capital letters, and I will write them down and then we can vote. And if you are looking for the story list, it is on our Discord, and Lovely updates it every week. So there is a full list over there. Hi, Ellie. I said, hey. Oh, is he having an investigation tonight? Man, it sucks that they're always when I'm on. I would love to see it. Love to catch it sometime. Because he doesn't know how to send me the link of the recording, so I'm never gonna. Thanks for the reminder, Country Kid. I appreciate it. I would have totally forgotten. You're a real one. Okay, Eric, what's your question? Also, if you have silly story title suggestions with your request, that would be very much appreciated. And it also makes it much more likely that I'll put your story request on the poll, because it's hard to come up with these every week. Oh yeah, Ellie, but I meant like usually when he has those special ones, they're usually on Saturdays, and I'm like, damn, I missed it. Hi, Lily. Eric, I only read my stories, but I do take suggestions for topics. Like if you have your own personal story that happened to you, you can send it to me and I can use it in a story, but I don't just read other people's writing straight off like that. But I do take suggestions for topics. Kim, I don't know which one that is. Is that the wrong turn? Thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. That's so cute. Jade, that's gold. Guys, it helps if you put the story that you're making the title up for, because I can't tell what a lot of these are. But I do like them. I just need to know what story you guys are thinking for those. Thank you, Kim. Cool, Heidi. Hi, Heidi's friend. What cemetery? Very much. Wait, Heidi, do you live in Ohio? Hi, what will be? How are you? Chat is going fast tonight. Hi, CJ. Wisconsin. I was just curious because we have a county here named Portage. I know Quarter. Hi, Ears of Steam. Welcome to the porch. All right, guys. I'm going to set up the first poll. Wait, which song are you rapping, CJ? No, it's Portage County, not Porridge. Portage, like Portage. Portage. All right, guys, I'm going to set up the first poll for us to vote for the first story of the night. And if you guys could do me a big favor, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? And there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends. Oh, you said porch. I thought you were actually asking for the spelling. Half pint. That puts my live into your friends' FYPs and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing to your stories helps too. And thank you for everybody tapping. Once we get to 10K, we do get pushed out. So thank you. And I'll be right back with the first poll. Happy Saturday. Kim, what song is this? Oh, wait, I know what it is. I should be over all the butterflies. I'm into you. Right, that one. I was not expecting that CJ to be coming in singing that. I like that song too. Kim, can you tell Fairy Witch the name of the song? I have no idea. Hi, Tina. I'm glad to hear your grandma's doing better. Still Into You by Paramore, thank you. I should have known it was Paramore. Still Into You by Paramore. Also, welcome in, everybody. My name's Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. I'm just setting up the first poll for us to vote. And if you guys could repost, share, post your stories, tap away, all the fun things, I will be right back with Silly Story Title Saturday. Thank you, Gemini. All right, guys. The first poll is ready. Thank you for the follow, Christian. Welcome to the porch. The first poll is ready. Thank you, Oh So Very Ordinary. And it's Silly Story Title Saturday. So if you are new and this is your first weekend with us, these are not the actual titles of the stories. They're silly titles that make it a little more fun and harder for you guys to know which story it is. That way, sometimes the stories that don't get voted for very often actually end up winning. And then you guys get to hear stories that you guys don't usually hear very much. So, plus we get a lot of laughs because the names are ridiculous. And sometimes, most of the time, I'm very bad at coming up with them. Like, really bad. So, I'm a little better tonight. These are better than last week. So, but remember last week I got my battery died and I was like, no, I was having a day. So, oh, thanks, Rich. All right, guys. So the first poll is ready and we have, hold on. We have, damn kid, get out of the street. We have, not my face, not my problem. We have crusty crust camping. We have, can I pet that dog? And we have, not Bambi, bitch. And you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There is a blue box, and you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. Who's it gonna be? Hi, Appalachian and Philly. Welcome to the porch. I, too, am Appalachian. Mother Rustler, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Thanks, Tanya. Thank you, town car. Welcome to the porch. Park your car. Grab a beanbag chair. Grab a hammock. Sit back and relax. Oh, really, Robin? Cool. I haven't heard that. I haven't thought about that in a long time. I bet that'll be fun. Your pity vote, yeah. Who did you pity vote for? Or Krusty Crust camping? Thanks for the pity vote. Poor Krusty Crust camping. Not a lot of people voting. I guess we don't have a lot of people in here yet. Who's it gonna be? It's looking like it's not Bambi, bitch. The profanity one always wins. Good job, Deborah. You can vote for, yeah, you can vote for more than one. And I'm sure most of you guys already know who this story is. And the winner is not Bambi, bitch. Also known as CJ's girlfriend. I'll be right back. CJ, I wouldn't call her that. She will stomp you. Olive Garden, Jade, did she get the poop lettuce? Hi, Holly. Good point, Justin. Fair point. Brittany. Hi, Gabriel. Good one, Pippa. That was cute. Does anyone remember if she has the piest music or not? Yes, Oklahoma. She does? Okay, thank you, Jade. I figured I gave her the Banshee music, but I just wanted to make sure. This is music I give the characters that are pissed. Mostly women, because you can hear, obviously, a pissed woman kind of moaning in the background. Hi, Taylor. That's right, Pippa. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Deer Woman of Oklahoma. also known as not Bambi, bitch. I'd also just like to point out that somebody on my YT channel, I don't know if you're in here, they very correctly pointed out that only male deer have antlers. I am absolutely aware of that. However, just to clarify, I'll probably have to put it in the description of the video, but just to clarify, this is based off of the actual indigenous description of this legend. So staying true to the indigenous legend, she has antlers. And to be fair, I get some people like to be precise, but she's a fucking mythological cryptid creature. She can do whatever the hell she wants. Plus, in my story, I would just like to point out that I say she's not really a woman. She's an elemental that dresses up like a human woman to lure men to their death. Okay? So she's not really a woman. She's not even really a fucking deer. So, just to clarify, because I've gotten a couple comments from dudes mansplaining on the comment section of my YT that only bucks have antlers. I'm well aware of that. And you know what? She decided she wanted fucking antlers and she can do whatever she wants because she literally can create what her flesh suit looks like. So, yep, I know, Amanda. It's very typical. So, I just thought I'd clarify in case anybody's in here that feels the need to point out that boy deers are the only ones with antlers. We all know. Hi, Tara. Anyway, back to the story. Right, Taylor? That's so cool, Brittany. See, I didn't even know that. Well, damn. Most people who talk about the deer woman online reduce her to a metaphor. Yes, I go, you're absolutely right. Yep. Sometimes she's ugly and scary looking. They frame her like some elegant morality tale, an avenging spirit, a cautionary fable, a beautiful, supernatural punisher of wicked men. But the older stories I heard in Oklahoma did not sound like metaphors. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you so much. The old stories there begin as warnings. Warnings spoken by grandmothers while shelling beans on porches. Warnings murmured by uncles over campfires. Warnings folded into bedtime stories and tribal teachings. Old superstitions that nobody openly admits they still believe. Where's Brooke, y'all? This is her favorite story. The deer woman was never simply a monster. She was a consequence. Among Native nations such as the Cherokee, the Creek, Seminole, Osage, and many others, whose histories stretched through Oklahoma long before it was Oklahoma. Stories of the deer woman vary, but the bones of the tale remain the same. Oh, that's so interesting, Robert. Thank you. I didn't know that. That's so cool. Thanks. You guys, Robert just said over on YT that she could be a reindeer. All reindeer, male and female, have antlers. How about that information? I love learning new stuff. I never knew that. Thank you, Robert. She appears as a beautiful woman alone in the woods or by the roadside. Sometimes she's dancing. Sometimes she's crying. I know, I didn't know that either. Robert, everybody over on TT's thanking you. That's really cool information. Thank you. Sometimes she's dancing. Sometimes she's crying. Sometimes she's asking for help. And sometimes she's luring men from camps, from roadsides, from bars, from lonely cabins. She is always described the same way. Beautiful beyond reason. Impossibly graceful. Long hair, bright eyes. Skin shining in the moonlight. And then, always too late, the men notice her feet. Hooves, split and black and cloven. In some stories, she tramples those who are cruel. And in some stories, she seduces predators before killing them. And in some tales, she exists as vengeance itself. Punishment for violence against women, for lust, for arrogance, and for disrespect. Yes, Lily, she terrifies a lot of indigenous and non-indigenous people. She is a force to be reckoned with, for sure. She's one of the scarier elementals, for sure. In the older versions, she is less moral and much more primal. A predator wearing a human face because human men are foolish enough to follow beauty into the darkness. Kinsey told me all of this on the drive from Tulsa toward the eastern hills, where the highways narrowed and the land rolled into endless folds of oak forest and red dirt roads. She had grown up in Oklahoma, and she invited me out to do some exploring. I had flown in for a long weekend to visit her, and the plan was simple. Stay at her family's old hunting cabin near the edge of tribal land. CJ. Oh no. Spend a few days hiking, film some footage for Porch Lore, and hear local legends from people who actually grew up with them, instead of reading sanitized versions online. Yeah, I know, yeah, for real, dude. Like, where is she, dude? When I asked Kinsey whether she believed in the dear woman, she stared at the road and said that believing had nothing to do with respecting something. The cabin was old, rough timber walls, tin roof, broad porch, which I love. It sat alone in a clearing surrounded by oak trees and blackjack pines, with the woods pressing so close that at night, the tree line became a solid black wall. There was shoddy cell service and no neighbors for miles. The perfect place for a spooky weekend adventure. The first night there, Kinsey pointed out a spot not far beyond the woods. She said that it was native ceremonial grounds that her grandfather had warned her never to disrespect. She said local kids used to dare each other to sneak out and go there after dark, but most came back screaming before they even reached the trees. Every trail there had a story. Every creek crossing had some whispered warning attached to it. Everywhere around here seemed to have a reason locals didn't linger there after sunset. The second night, after filming footage of the land all afternoon and hiking further than we had intended, we drove into a quaint little town for dinner. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Mama Saurus. One main street, one gas station, one diner, one blinking traffic light. By the time we left, night had swallowed any remaining light, and the highway back to the cabin was dark and empty. No headlights, no houses, just miles of black roads slicing through forest and pasture. Then, in the light of our headlights, we saw it. A woman, alone, at nearly midnight in the middle of nowhere. And even in the headlights, there was something strange about the way she moved. But Kinsey didn't even slow down, and every hair on the back of my neck stood up. Kinsey floored it past the woman without even turning her head, without even looking. She didn't even acknowledge her. That's not like her. As we passed, her head turned with us, smoothly like an owl. I twisted to look through the rear window. Thank you, Rich. And she was standing in the middle of the road now, watching us leave. And even from that distance, I could tell her legs bent wrong. They went backward at the knee. Kinsey drove the rest of the way with white knuckles on the wheel. Later back at the cabin, we joked about it in the shallow way people joke about something that genuinely has them rattled. We tried to rationalize it. Someone with a physical impairment? Maybe a lost hiker? A drunk person? A crackhead? Maybe it was an optical illusion. That could be it, right? But neither of us believed any of those explanations. We locked the cabin and stayed inside. Yes, alchemist, come back when you're not shrooming. I think you'd enjoy the channel. Have a nice trip. Don't forget to subscribe. But neither of us believed that explanation. We locked the cabin and we stayed inside. Around midnight, something began circling outside. At first, just footsteps. It paced around the cabin for nearly an hour. Sometimes slow, sometimes suddenly sprinting around the perimeter in a manic thunder of hoofbeats. At one point, it stopped directly outside my window. I could hear the breathing. I don't know why I'm so curious, but I peeled back the curtain. And there she was, standing inches from the glass. She looked human from the waist up, beautiful, in the way venomous things look beautiful. But below the waist, no human legs, jointed hind limbs like a deer standing upright with black fur slick against muscle. I screamed, and she slammed into the window so hard the pane cracked. Kinsey dragged me backward as she shrieked outside. A sound somewhere between a woman screaming, an elk bugling, and metal tearing. Thank you, Pittsburgh Penny. Hi. Thank you, Skrilla. And then we heard the slow creaking of the porch wood bracing from the weight of something stepping onto the porch. Thank you, Half Pint. Then came the scraping, like hooves clanking against the porch boards. For nearly an hour, she circled, never knocking, just pacing, waiting. trying to scare us out of the cabin. At some point, the pacing stopped and we sat on the couch in silence, barely breathing. Then came the sound of a heavy impact against the front door, hard enough to rattle the frame. The entire cabin shook. And then nothing. Absolute silence. It stayed silent until dawn, when sunlight finally bled through the curtains and we could finally breathe again. We stepped outside and the porch was empty. But the outside of the door and the wooden porch boards were scarred with deep gouges. We both packed up all our stuff in under 15 minutes and we got out of there. Neither of us spoke much on the drive back to Tulsa. I just kept replaying the night over and over again in my mind. Halfway through the drive, Kinsey got a call from her uncle and he sounded panicked and asked where we were. He said the neighboring property owners found a hunter, or what was left of one. His body had been found less than a mile from our cabin. His chest crushed inward, ribs shattered, face nearly unrecognizable, like something heavy had stomped him to death. Authorities blamed a feral hog attack, but everyone local knew better. Yeah, I can see you, Scarlett. We never went back to that cabin, and Kinsey's family sold the property the following year. When I got back, I checked my footage, and I found a clip from the day we filmed at the creek. I had set the camera down on a rock while we were talking, and it had stayed recording for nearly 6 unattended minutes, and I almost deleted it. But then movement in the background caught my eye, and between the trees behind us, far back in the brush, there she was, watching us, perfectly still. She had been there the whole time, silent, watching, waiting. And that's the tale of the Dear Woman of Oklahoma. Of course, Alchemist, that sounds awesome. I love your name, by the way. Can't wait for you to come back. My name's Devin. Have a fun trip. You know what, Darren? I'm not gonna lie. Out of all of the folk tales that I cover and talk about and people approach me about and people mention, the one that I have gotten that the most people have actually claimed to have seen is her. Like, I can count a dozen people, all walks of life, all random ages, that have all told me they've seen her at some point in their lives. Which to me, yep, Darren, I believe, like, because it's too many people. Yep, there's too many, like, there's probably a dozen people in the chat that have seen her. Like, and to me, all the other cryptids, I don't really have a lot of people saying they've seen Moth Zeddy. I don't have a lot of people saying they've seen, the Jersey Devil. But with her, she is the one that I most often hear people tell me that they have seen, which is really cool. But also, she doesn't fuck around. So she's a very primordial elemental. She's very powerful. She's basically karma in when she takes a form. She's one of what the concept of what people would understand as like justice or karma, retribution. She is she's similar to Impusa. She's similar to Impusa. You did, Jade? Whoa. Oh, really, Darren? So cool. Yes, she's a karma chameleon half pint. All right, guys, I will set up the next poll for us to vote for the next story. Jade, are you drunk? Jade said, I saw a deer creature in 2029. Oh, okay. You fixed it. I was like, are you okay? I'm like, are you astral projecting or something? She typoed. She meant 2020. And like, if you are drunk, awesome. I just wanted to know. See, there we go. Scarlett says, I am. Well, we have a lovely new porch pal over on YT that said, damn, I need to come back to this when I'm not shrooming, because this would be perfect for when I'm ready to sleep, but the sun's still out here in California. This channel's dope, though. I liked and subbed. Thanks for sending me off on my spiritual journey. I'll be back. Have a good night. I don't know who Alchemist is, but they're awesome. And I hope they come back because they're porch pal material. Love the honesty. I love the candid. Like, damn. I guess so. Half pint, apparently. It's a party on YT, dude. That's what they were saying, Justin. They were like, whoa. It's called a wedged. Wedged. I've never heard of that. That's a new one. Jade texted me about it. Yeah, Justin, that's what they just said. They were like, whoa, I need to come back another time. I love it. Ooh, Skrilla, maybe. Yeah, Justin, that's kind of how I feel about him too. I've done it a few times, and yeah, it was a lot. I think I already told you guys what I did. I don't know how did this come up last time, but I've only done it like twice, and wait, what, Scarlett? And remember I told you guys about I'm not gonna tell it again, but it was pretty gross. Remember, some of y'all were here, and I drove to my boyfriend's house at the time, and I thought it was icy out. Do you guys remember that story? It was the middle of the summer, and I thought it was icy on the roads, and a whole bunch of terrible. Yeah, do you remember, Justin? It's bad. It was bad. That lovely, sweet man. Poor guy. Poor guy. Oh, for sure, Robin. Including the Supreme. But anyway, let's just say that my sweet boyfriend at the time, I was probably like 20 years old. And yeah, me too, Nira. Me too. Maybe 19. And we were all at my apartment. I decided to host a little party to do that. And then I like, because this was the first time I ever did it. And then I was like, oh my God, I have to go. I have to go. Because like I saw my friend rolling themselves up in a blanket, like a burrito. And he kept being like, look, y'all, I'm a burrito, y'all. And I was just like, I have to get the fuck out of here. And I was like, yeah, really, Skrilla. It was like, I don't think I ever want to, I don't know. So then I was like, oh, and I don't know. Like, I was very much the intellectual of my group of friends anyway. So like, I don't know. When we were all, I was like, I have to get out of here right now. So then I get in the car and I drive to my boyfriend at the time's apartment. Okay. And let's just say, I would like to blame the shrooms, but it was definitely not just the shroom. I'm kind of just this way, but I was like I was like, come on, let's do it. Like, come on, baby, let's do it. I was like trying to get him to go into the room. He was like, what is wrong with you? Are you okay? Because I was like, I drove here on ice to get to you. He's like, it's August, okay, in North Carolina, okay? And so I was trying to like, you know, make it happen. I was like, and then, so I started trying to make out with him and I'm making out with them, and then I literally threw up in his mouth. I threw up in his mouth. And then you know what he did? You know what this dude did? You know what he did? Any guesses? Anybody want to guess? I threw up in his mouth. Anybody want to guess what he did? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Ew, Nara, no. You know what he did? He spit it out, picked me up, tied my hair back, and carried me into the bathroom. He didn't even like miss a beat. He wasn't like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He spit it out like a fucking champ, picked me up, and was like panic carrying me to the bathroom because he thought he didn't know what was going on. It was so hot, Jade. It was, I'm not gonna lie. And like, that was like my high school boyfriend. And I'm like, to this day, I'm like, what a fucking dude. What a man. Like, yep. And that's Southern men. I'm not gonna lie. Southern men are like he didn't give a fuck. And I was like, wow. Yeah. But after that one, I tried it 2 more times. One time I had like a spiritual experience with like a flock of swans. I know that sounds ridiculous. I happened upon a flock of swans, or I mean a flock of swans. I swear I wasn't making them up. They were there. And it was sweet, right, Ada? He was a good boyfriend. He wasn't very smart, but he was a lovely, lovely redneck dude who was very, very kind. Sounds like me. What, Jade? Oh, the swans? I know. So I literally come across this like whole flock of swans. And I'm like trying to I'm thinking I'm going to walk into the lake to be friends with them. And then this random person comes, and I'm like I swear I'm in the forest. This random person comes out of nowhere. And I don't know whether she was a witch or what, probably, now that I think about it, but I wasn't awakened yet at that point in my life. So she was probably a witch trying to guide me. But she was like, honey, I wouldn't do that. And I was like, why? And she looks at me and she goes, swans are mean as hell. And then she cackled and just walked away. And then next thing I know, I'm back in my dorm room. And I'm not kidding. And like, I know that I was there with a flock of swans. So then I drove back the next day, and sure as shit, I'd never even been there, you guys. I had to like memory my way back because of an apple orchard that I recognized, okay? I didn't even think I'd ever been there, and I drive all the way back to this weird ass shit, and there's the swans. Yeah, she was a spirit. There's no houses out there or anything. I'm like, where did that old lady with the cane? She had like a walking stick, like a witch. She really did. And I was like 19. I was like, it was like my freshman year of college. And what do you mean, how far was what? It was far. It was somewhere I'd never even fucking been. And then I found it the next day. It was really the most, and it was when that Keen album came out, and I was streaming to that Keen album. And now every time I hear that album, it makes me cry. That is such a, but not because of the streaming, because I don't know, I don't listen to lovey-dovey music like that anymore. But I used to, and that Keen album was fire. And I remember just being like, streaming to it, being like, this is the most beautiful shit I've ever listened to in my life. Do you guys know the Keen? Do you guys remember Keen? Please tell me. Somewhere Only We Know. That song, man. My heart can't handle that song. None of you guys know Keen? Okay, give it a goog. Keane. Somewhere Only We Know. And good luck. Good luck. There's a couple. There's also Keen. Yeah, I can't even think about it, actually. It makes me really sad. Anyway, if you guys want to listen to, yeah, I used to love Keen too, Susie. And like, I actually hadn't thought about Keen. I blocked it out of my mind until the Swan thing came back. But yeah. Yeah, Ada, I don't anymore. But when I was in high school, I was emancipated. So I was really wild. That was a wild thing. And then like my 20s, I was pretty wild. I mean, I'm still kind of wild, but not like that wild. I simmered down a little bit. All right, guys, I'll be right back with the next poll. Yes, half pint, but it's a trauma response, actually. Hyper independence is a trauma response, but I don't know how to not be independent. I'm like, well, oh well, I guess. Fuck it. I go where? Exactly, Ada. Back when there was no social media, man, the stuff I did. And y'all will never know. By the way, does anybody in here know how to catfish noodle besides me? Because I was talking about that, and I'm just curious. Does anybody else know how to do that? Yeah, possum, really. I go said, of course. And then Country Kid said, yes. Kim says, yep. No, you don't, Skrill. No, you don't. Hi, Connor. Yeah, Rach, I was going to say. Wait, what did you say, Brooke? Justin said, do what? You've seen it done. Okay. So catfish noodling. Yeah, 2000s hotties, exactly. Catfish noodling is how you catch catfish without a hook. You've been catfished multiple times? How? How? How does that even happen? Oh, thanks, Ada. Like, what? I had someone pretend to be me once and catfish someone, and then that other person's fiance messaged me, and like I had to try to convince her for several conversations that I was not, in fact, not the person that her fiance thought he was talking to. He definitely thought he was cheating on her behind her back with me, and it was not me. Yeah. And she messaged me on Etsy because she couldn't figure out how else to find me. I was like, dude, someone was using my pictures, and like, I'm so sorry, but your fiance is ugly as shit. Like, I know, half pint, isn't that funny? On Etsy. Oh, you got catfished by the fake me, so you found me here. Perfect. Well, she messaged me on Etsy because I still do actually, it's just not really active anymore, but I had an Etsy. I actually had a vintage business for like 13 years. And so I had a fully operational mid-century modern store on Etsy. And so sounds really random, but back then I was actively running a business on there. And so, oh, thank you, honey. And so she found me on there. And I was like, whoa, that's weird. And then it happened to me once on Twitter way back in the day when it was still Twitter. And I had to send a picture of me holding my driver's license to prove that I was me because somebody else had tried to take my name and pretend to be me on Twitter. And I was like, the fuck? Yeah, half pint. Yeah, right, Justin. Like half pint said, oh, girl was like, while I'm confronting my homewrecker, I'll find some nice toilies. Code Red Trauma said he didn't have a long nose. How did you know that? Wait, how did you know that I like big noses, Code Red? How did you know I like long schnozies? Okay, you guys. Nose. Like a schnoz. A nose. Sniffer. Schnoz. Oh, Code Red. Okay. Okay. Code Red says, you've said it before. I get it. Do you now? Yeah. Then if you said that, you get it. Definitely. But that's like not the only reason. It just like happened to be what I was attracted to. And I was like, oh, well, this is a bonus. Woohoo. Okay, the poll's ready. We have, damn kid, get out of the street. We have, not my face, not my problem. We have, can I pet that dog? We have Mr. Poopy Paws. And we have, how did we get here? Or how did we get here? Okay. And then that's it. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote for more than one story. Who's it going to be, guys? Top left corner, blue box. We have Damn Kid, Get Out of the Street. We have Not My Face, Not My Problem. We have Can I Pet That Dog? We have Mr. Poopy Paws. We have How Did We Get Here? Who's it going to be? Okay, Jade, see you in a little bit. Thank you, Stephen. Look at Skrilla figuring out which one's his. Not my chair, not my problem. Brooke, you missed, dear woman. Skrilla. Uh-oh, Nate's balloon hands popped. Look at those things. Drinking out of cups, being a bitch. That's actually the funniest line, because he's like, look at her over there. Who does she think she is? Drinking out of cups, being a bitch. Dear woman, We read your Dear Woman story, Brooke, and you missed it. I know, it's the funniest part to me. Because he's like, how dare her, look at her drinking out of cups. What a bitch, you know? I know, I was like, guys, somebody invite Brooke, it's her favorite. I know, Deborah, that's why they named it that. Because he randomly says, look at her over there, drinking out of cups, being a bitch. Gabriel, I saw you ask that earlier, and she doesn't care if you're nice to her. She cares if you're nice to everyone. She's karma. So, like, a lot of people can pretend and play face to, like, you know what I mean? She knows what you did. She knows what you're gonna do. She knows what you're thinking. In your thinking, but that you don't tell anybody. So, if you haven't done anything terrible, thanks, half pint. If you haven't done anything terrible to her, I mean, not to her, to anybody, if you haven't done anything terrible as a person, then yeah, she's not going to come after you. And also the importance of intention, feeling guilt for doing the bad things you've done, and either apologizing, communicating, making it better or whatever, that also does make a difference in terms of your frequency and your vibration and your energy. She can basically read your vibration. And if you're low vibration, she's like, there's one. Got him. That's why when I talk about elementals and everything, when I refer to magic, I talk about vibration and energy frequencies, because that's what I know. And so if you're nice to her, but you used to abuse your girlfriend or something, then no. It doesn't matter, boo-boo. She gonna get you. But if, you know, like, if you cheated on your very first high school girlfriend and then apologized to her, went off to college, and now you guys saw each other reunion, you're still cool and friends, like that kind of shit, like, she's not gonna give a fuck about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's bigger stuff. To answer your question, because I saw you ask that earlier too. Exactly, Gabriel. So then you have nothing to, that's when people are scared of elementals. I'm like, if you're not a piece of shit, you literally don't have anything to worry about. People are so scared. Like when they say cursed land, usually it's just an elemental protecting the land, and it's only cursed if you don't have good intentions. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, sick and tired for sure. But I'm saying when you're like 17 and you're fucking dumb, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's different than adultery when you're married, you know? Exactly, Brooke. Exactly, Brooke. Wait, where's the leprechaun? Where's the leprechaun? Where's the leprechaun? Which tree? Doing donuts on Cursed Land. Brooke, I was just saying earlier when you weren't in here that the most people I've ever seen, or she's the one I've heard that the most. She's the one that I've heard the most people have seen. Like, the most reported. Oh, I've already seen that video. I know about that video. In the tree, yeah. Country kid, so have I. I have too. And he actually helped me out. I was 17 and I was really scared and I was alone. And he helped me find the highway. But I didn't know that's what he was doing at the time, and I was freaking out. Well, I wasn't really freaking out. I was just like making inane turns in the middle of nowhere. Okay, the winner is Not My Face, Not My Problem. All right, guys, I will be right back with Not My Face, Not My Problem. Literally, Scarlett, I was just like turning. I was just like, because I was like, I could see him out of my sunroof, and I was like trying to look while driving out of my sunroof, and it was not going well. And I just kept like frantically driving, and then I realized that I think he was like hurting me like a gerbil. I think he was like, boo, go that way. Boo. And I'd be like, ah. And I kept turning. And the next thing I know, the highway was right there because I was lost and I couldn't find the highway. So I think he like spooked me to the highway the best way he knew how. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna have to scare the shit out of this girl and make her get to the highway. Yep. And I was 17 and it was like 2 a.m. in Appalachia in the middle of the night. And yeah, it was like, yep, it was like Pac-Man. Like he was like, here I come. And I was like, oh my God. And I like turned and then he'd come and I'd like turn. And then after like 3 or 4 turns, there was the highway. And then I looked and I saw like the silhouette of just the shape of him like perched on a tree. And I was just like, oh my God, did he just help me? That's why I'm obsessed with him. That's why I've always been obsessed with him, because I was 17 years old. I was emancipated. Sometimes I slept in my car. I was very lost in the Appalachian Mountains, being an idiot 17-year-old, and I got lost. And it was the middle of the night, and I was really scared, and I was really low on gas, and I didn't know where the highway was. And this was back when we like printed out MapQuest, so I didn't even have like a navigation or anything to tell me where to go. And he helped me. He helped me. So I will love him forever for that. He wasn't scary at all. I was kind of like on. I was a little like my nervous system was a little on. Like I was shaky because I didn't know what was. It was such a new experience. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like when you're experiencing something that you cannot explain, it's very jarring. But I wasn't scared. Does that make sense? Like I was on alert, but I wasn't scared of him. Okay, Sherry, love you. Yeah, Dr. O, yeah, and I never forgot it. And I know for sure it wasn't like people have asked me if it was an owl, if it was an eagle, if it was a hawk, and no. I've even seen a condor, okay? And it was not any of those. It was absolutely what I saw. But I only saw the outline of his shadow. I didn't get to see his fat ass or his fucking nice abs. I just saw the silhouette in my Cavalier's sunroof. Panic turning. Anyway, that's a real story for me. I'll be right back with Not My Face, Not My Problem. Oh, that's cool. Half pint. I had a ghost once back when you had a ghost call you on 911. Oh my fucking God. What? Tell me everything. Tell Mothman I said, woo, hooty hoo. Like Master Me. Thank you, Dennis. If I saw Math Man, I would cry. Oh, Rachel, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you love, girl. Exactly, Country Kid. I'll square up on Math Man. He can go to hell. Math Man can better stay as far away from me as possible. I don't want anything to do with his ass. And I'd just like to say to all the teachers out there who are like,
Devin, you're not going to be able to carry a calculator around in your pocket, are you? Everywhere you go the rest of your life?
yeah, bitch, I am. I am. Is Boo Hag Banshee music? Does anybody know? Yeah. Is yeah still here, right? Yeah. Is Boo Hag Banshee music? I sounded like Cartman there. Wait, you told me I sounded like Cartman yesterday? I don't remember that. When did you tell me that? Christine, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Oh, I get it, Rachel. In 2014, the morning your uncle died, you got a call from the cemetery? Whoa. Do I, Skrilla? I guess. Maybe I do that. Anyway, that's my bratty voice, I guess. Is that you, Kyle? Kyle, is that you? Your little asterisk looks different. You're such a little sneaky sneaker. It has the Banshee music. Thank you, Freedom. You're the best. No, I love that you. Thank you so much. No, Gabriel. No. You cannot hear that. There is no need for that. I don't even know what Skrill is talking about. Ignore him. He's making things up. Yeah, Nate. And no air sirens. Pfft, no air sirens for sure. Well, then, Rachel, why do you still follow me? Not you, Rachel, the other one. That said, I'm like always on her FYP. That's what happens when you follow people, boo-boo. If you don't want me on your FYP, then why are you still following me? Hi, Bryant. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the boo hag who borrowed my face. Good point, Robin. Well, she said it like she doesn't understand how the fucking app works. Like, sweetheart, that's how the FYP works. What the fuck? Thank you, Patsy. Well, and she must be young because she said, "You're so mean. You're just so mean." She must be like a young person. Or, have an infantile brain. Exactly, Gabriel. Exactly, country kid. Thank you. And that's why it bothers me. I'm sorry that I'm honest. And the people who think that's mean, you're not the type to be in here, sweetheart. We don't need fake people in here. Hard pass. Oh, Brooke, exactly. No clue. Hi, Voodoo Daddy. Nate. I love that, Nate. It's the drinking out of cups that really got him. Really got him. I didn't grow up hearing about the boo hag. Thank you, Dennis. And that detail matters because people who do grow up in the Low Country usually know better than to speak about her lightly. And definitely know better than to go looking for her. She kept appearing in the margins of Gullah Geechee oral histories. Never centered, never explained outright. Just warnings folded into other stories. Side comments, afterthoughts. The boo hag doesn't announce herself, she is inferred. My friend Yaya was the one who suggested we go. Oh, Skrilla, please. You wish. She had roots in the region, family ties that stretched back into coastal Georgia and South Carolina. And she spoke about hoodoo and Gullah Geechee traditions with familiarity and the utmost respect. I trusted her instincts, especially because she was usually the one telling me not to push things too far. And this time was no different. We were staying near a stretch of marshland, not far from Sapelo Island. We went for folklore research, documented accounts, interviews, land-based traditions. Brooke said as a cucumber. Nothing invasive. Still, when I brought up the boo hag specifically, Yaya went quiet. She reminded me that the boo hag wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense. But she wasn't really a cryptid either. According to the stories, she didn't just wear skin. She learned it. Watched women closely. borrowed mannerisms, voices, habits. She slipped into communities by becoming familiar before becoming dangerous. And most importantly, boo hags were said to target exhaustion. Hi, Thomas. Women who were stretched thin, caretakers, researchers, people already running on borrowed energy. The first night passed quietly. The house we rented was old but well kept, raised slightly off the ground, screened porch facing the marsh. Cicadas buzzed constantly. Yaya went to bed early. I stayed up organizing notes and recording observations and grounding myself. Sometime after midnight, I realized that I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. Thank you, Justin. Not close, not threatening, just present. I assumed maybe it was Yaya shifting in her sleep. But that night I didn't sleep well. The second day we visited a local woman known for root work. She wouldn't say the boo hag's name. She referred to her only as that one. When I asked how people protected themselves, she said something that didn't make sense until later. She said the boo hag doesn't take your life. She takes your permission. The third night was when the physical signs started. I woke up just before dawn, soaked in sweat, feeling like I had been running. My calves ached and my feet were dirty with mud pressed into the grooves of my soles. But I hadn't even left the house. When I mentioned it casually over coffee, Yaya stopped mid-sip. She asked if I had heard any knocking, and I said no. Hi, Melly. She said good, because boo hags knock to be invited. But if they've been watching you long enough, sometimes they'll stop asking. That afternoon, we walked a narrow path through the trees that bordered the marsh. Yaya lagged behind, unusually quiet. And at one point she asked me to stop. She said my reflection in a puddle didn't move when I did. I laughed, but she didn't. By dusk, I was exhausted in a way that didn't make sense. Heavy-limbed, foggy-brained, I kept losing words mid-sentence. When I caught my reflection in the bathroom mirror, I didn't even look like myself. That night I heard it clearly. A sound like wet fabric. I followed it to the porch without even realizing I had stood up. The marsh was thick with mist and moonlight reflecting off shallow water. And something stood near the tree line just out of clear view. It didn't move. It didn't need to. I knew suddenly and completely that she had been watching me since I got here. Yaya grabbed my arm and pulled me back inside and locked the door. And then she told me, the boo hag doesn't chase you. She waits until you're so exhausted that you don't recognize yourself anymore. And then it all made sense. The exhaustion, the missing time. The boo hag wasn't feeding on terror, she was feeding on my energy, wearing it thin. She was practicing my posture, my voice, my habits. I hadn't been followed. I was being rehearsed. We left before sunrise. We didn't even pack properly. We left and we didn't look back. Weeks later, I was speaking at a small folklore event, recounting the experience carefully. Halfway through, someone in the audience stood up and laughed. They said that they had heard this exact story before, but not from me, from a woman who looked almost just like me, spoke just like me, and told it as if she had been the one who survived. And that's when I understood the boo hag doesn't replace you. She duplicates you. And somewhere in the low country marsh, there is a version of me that learned my life well enough to live it. And now, I don't know which one of us actually left. And that's the tale of the boo hag who borrowed my face. Good one, CJ. Oh, thank you, Millie. I love that one. Barbara, thanks for the cozy cryptids. Valkyrie, thanks for the cozy cryptids. And Jess, thank you so much. And Millie, thanks for the metamorphosis. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as any of the podcast streaming sites. Are you talking about me, Dr. O? What did she ask for, CJ? Oh, the boo hag. Yes, she's an elemental. So they're called different things in different cultures. People call them skinwalkers in the Navajo culture, and everybody loves to use that term specifically when that's not even what they're called in Appalachia. But people call them skinwalkers in the Navajo Nation. People call them mimics. People call them shapeshifters. People call them rakes in Appalachia. People call them the boo hag. And all over the world, there are similar, but just with a different name. So what it comes down to is, yes, a shape-shifting elemental. An elemental that can change forms, which almost all of them can. If that makes, it's really not like that specific. Does that make sense? Like elementals are the elements, so they can all shapeshift. What, Grim? You always heard of rakes around here. Are you in Appalachia too, Taryn? Yeah. Oh my God. Cool. Mermaid. That sounds amazing. Oh yeah. Okay. Yep. Taryn. I was just going to say, yep. The rake. I'm actually, I don't know. The rakes freak me out because they're a little bit more, there's a depth to that tail that I don't like. And again, not all energy is good or bad, right? But there's part of the rake tail that I'm not a huge, I don't know. Rakes take, I mean, I guess it's kind of justice. It is justice, but I'm still not really a cruel person. But rakes will take, like they've been known to take the souls of Confederate soldiers who are not resting because, because they were fighting to keep slavery legal. And so they have been known to, like, they will use their ghosts as like to do their bidding. That's what the lore says, at least, is they will, like, have you ever heard like how Krampus has the spirits in the bags chained to his back? He drags those bad spirits in bags along his, you know what I'm talking about? Like, lore is not always very pretty. Not very pretty. Yes, Bryce, I'm talking about rakes. So rakes use, if you believe this stuff, yes, Bryce, they're mean. Yes. They will say there's the spirits of people that are not at rest, whether they, owned enslaved people, whatever the reasoning, if their spirit's not at rest, the rake can use them. And a perfect example of that is you haven't heard about Krampus? Oh, okay. But a perfect example of that is, I don't know if any of you guys have heard about the 911 call from the guy who was driving through Appalachia and a rake jumped into the back of his truck. But he didn't know what it was because he's from Florida. Yeah, you've heard it. Yep. Okay. So I'll tell you what happened because I know folklore, and almost all of the stories I've seen, nobody knows. They're like, that's weird. But I am a folklorist freaking nerd, and I'll tell you, I know the lore of these creatures. And you know what happened? It's not a coincidence that he thought he saw a guy in a uniform that was bleeding on the side of the road. The rake did that. The rake used the ghost of the spirit of the probably Confederate soldier bleeding on the side to lure him to pull over. And then he jumped in the back of his truck. And it sounds crazy because if you don't know the folklore of the rake, you're going to be like, I wonder how that happened. But if you actually, his story is wild because it is literally exactly what the legends say rakes do. And then he's like, I don't know, I saw a dead soldier. And I'm like, oh my God. That's like the only time I've ever heard someone report of a rake actually doing that. Because that's what the legends say they do. But I've never heard anybody that's like, and this dude didn't know shit about shit. And he was like, I have no idea what. And I was like watching the whole story and like putting pieces together. I was like, oh my God. Because you can hear it jump into his truck. You can hear it land in the bed of his truck, and he's freaking out. And then I followed up and to see what happened. He met up with the county police on that highway, and they searched the area for 3 hours that night. That dude was not making shit up. He was like almost in tears. It was a crazy 911 call, and they interviewed him afterwards, and he stands by it. Yep, the police dispatcher heard it too. They sure as shit did. And so, yeah, yep, and yep. So that, so the rakes are also shapeshifters. Dr. O, they don't really look like anything. They're white and lanky and scary. There are actually a lot of the characters in my stories. I just don't name them. Good night, Rabbit Hole. Love you. Yeah, first light, it happened in North Carolina. That's what I was saying. The rakes are in North Carolina. And I think it was near, I looked at the map and it was like right by a Civil War battlefield. I'm like, dude, I cannot believe it's like the legends say. And it's like, I'm very open-minded. Some legends I think are true, some I don't think are true. I think they're based off of things like vampires from medical misinformation. But like that one, the rakes always freaked me out a little bit. It's an elemental, and it's one that I don't feel comfortable with, which is very rare. And then because I don't like the idea that it keeps spirits trapped and uses them as I think that's, even if it is justice-based, that's a little too much for me. So the legends always freaked me out. Yeah, it was near Lookout Mountain, Scarlet, yep. And I'm very familiar. It's like an area I've spent a lot of time into. Robin, mermaid sirens, yes. Selkies, no. I love the legend, but they're not a thing. Here to observe, I actually have a story on it. I could put it on the next poll. It was the new story of the week, and it has to do with tuberculosis and people's lack of information on medical and the lack of advancements in medical science. And okay, yeah. I'll be right back with the next poll. Happy Saturday. Silly story title Saturday. So these are not the real titles, but they're really silly. And they're not actually that silly because I'm fucking terrible at making them up. So if you guys want to help, feel free. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I am setting up that poll, if you could hit the share arrow in the bottom right hand corner. There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that little yellow circle puts the live into your friends' FYPs and helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. And also, sharing to your stories, sharing with your friends helps too. And thank you for all of the tapping. Yes, the share-o, Justin. And I'll be right back with the next poll. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. Happy Saturday. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Nita. Thanks, Solange. Thanks, Kendi. No spooky cabins. It's just the banshee music. We just had a banshee story. Well, we had a boo hag story. The banshee music's for female specters. All right, guys, the next poll is ready. We have... Oh, wait, sorry. Just kidding. Hold on. Okay. Good night, Wilkins. All right, the poll's ready. We have Drink Up, Son, which is the vampire medical lack of information story. We have With Arms Wide Open. We have Stillness in the Feeders. We have Don't Panic, Don't Panic. And we have How Did We Get Here? You can vote in the top left-hand corner. You like that, Beefy? And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. We have Drink Up, Son, the vampire story, the new one of the week. The one you guys want to hear. We also have With Arms Wide Open. We also have Stillness in the Feeders. We also have Don't Panic. And then we have How Did We Get Here? Who's it gonna be? Hi, Mama Bear. And the winner is Drink Up, Son. Gross. I'll be right back with that one. And welcome in. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. I have a playlist. Oh, thank you, Viola. I have a playlist over on my YT channel called Bedtime Stories, where you can listen to all of these back to back. You can hit shuffle or play all and fall asleep to them whenever you would like. Thank you, Here to Observe, for the metamorphosis. Even when I try what? Skrilla? Even when I try what? You know what's funny, guys? Yeah, Skrilla. I really... Even when I try. Oh, hi, Rogue Rage. Thank you for the drive-by support. You're so sweet. You're so kind. Thank you. It's nice to see you. Happy Saturday. Also, you know what's so funny, guys, is Drink Up, Son. I didn't even think about that. I'm so bad at these titles. My brain is also like, I don't know. It depends on, my creativity comes in waves. And I was not even thinking about it being Drinking Blood. So that's an even better title than I thought. I should have just claimed it and been like, yep. That's what I meant. But I didn't even think about it being drinking blood. I was thinking about the sick-ass concoction that they make him drink, and then he dies. So, I wasn't even thinking about the blood. So it's an even better title than I thought. Anyway, be right back. Yeah, I'm really that genuine. Yeah, I really was like, I should have just claimed it, but I think Sherry, because I'm like, when I just saw him put the little blood symbol, I was like, oh shit, that's an even better title than I realized. Yeah, I was not even thinking about the blood. Ah, you guys are clever. All right, be right back. Yes, KJ, it was a play on that song. All right, guys, the winner is Drink Up Sun. If you guys could hit the share arrow in the bottom right hand corner, I'm going to pull up the next story, and there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also sharing to your stories, which is the circle with the little star or the little twinkle, helps too. And sharing with your friends and tapping. Tapping the screen is free and it helps more than you realize. Thank you so much. And I'll be right back with Drink Up Sun. Hey Skrilla, you want to know what I noticed? You know that Goofy Girl video where she's like talking to the dude and he's like all about it? I looked at it again. She's wearing an Ohio State shirt. She's from Ohio. I was like, of course she is. Thank you, Sherry. I don't know. I don't know who they is. I'm talking about that one girl. I don't know who they is. What's so creative, Jerry? The goofy people. Oh, thank you, Jerry. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the last American vampire. That's okay, James. You don't always have to chat. Just glad you're here. Hi, Ange. Hi, love bug Ange. Jess, thanks for the follow. Gather around the fire. Pull your blankets tight. And listen closely. Tonight's tale carries a chill from a time not so long ago. A time when the shadows at the edge of the woods held unexplained terrors that turned uneducated people towards cruelty and hysteria. Before we had antibiotics, before we understood the invisible, microscopic world of bacteria, humanity was at the constant mercy of sudden, inexplicable death. And when uneducated people are terrified, when they watch the ones they love wither away before their eyes, sadly, they don't tend to look to science for answers. They tend to look to evil forces, conspiracies, superstition, anything to make sense of something that they just don't understand. And that is exactly what happened in New England in the late 1800s. Oh my God, Liv, really? Oh my God, your baby loves the vibration. Tell your baby I said hi. That is so cool. Oh, thank you for telling me. That's really neat. Thank you, cats can be butterflies. This is the true story of Mercy Brown, the last American vampire. Thank you, Dr. O. Picture the winter of 1892 in Exeter, Rhode Island. Yeah, our youngest porch pal. Aww. It's a harsh, unforgiving landscape. Frost coats the bare branches and the earth is frozen solid. Here, we meet a young woman named Mercy Brown. Thank you, Dennis. She was only 19. By all accounts, gentle, bright-eyed girl at the beginning of her life. She was the kind of person whose laughter brought warmth to a cold New England farmhouse. Thank you, Veronica. But a shadow had fallen over the Brown family. A relentless, invisible stalker called consumption. Today we know it as tuberculosis. But back then, they didn't know about airborne pathogens. All they knew was the horrifying reality of what the disease did to their loved ones. It earned the name consumption because it literally seemed to consume the afflicted from the inside out. Sufferers grew deathly pale. Their eyes became sunken and hollow, and they would cough up red blood. To the horrified onlookers of the 19th century, it didn't look like a sickness. It looked as though the life force was being slowly and deliberately drained from them by an unseen predator. The tragedy began years earlier. Mercy's mother, Mary, was the first to waste away and die. Then Mercy's older sister, Mary Olive, followed her to the grave. And by 1891, the shadow fell on Mercy's brother, Edwin, a strong, strapping young man who suddenly began to wither away. And then the shadow turned to young Mercy. Thank you, Philip. But the disease took her swiftly. While Edwin lingered, fighting for every breath, Mercy faded fast. And in January of 1892, the bright light of Mercy Brown was extinguished. And because the ground was too frozen to dig a proper grave, her coffin was placed in an above-ground crypt, waiting for the spring thaw. But Edwin was still dying, and as his condition worsened, a chilling whisper began to spread through the small, desperate town of Exeter. The neighbors looked at the grieving father, George Brown, and they planted a terrifying seed of doubt. Why was George's family dying? It must be the old curse. One of the dead is feeding on the living. One of them is a vampire. They believed that if someone in the family were to die and refuse to rest, they could return from the grave in spirit form and drain the vitality from surviving relatives. It was a desperate folk belief born of sheer panic and ignorance. When science cannot explain why a family is being wiped out, weaker human minds will invent monsters to make sense of the unexplained. And desperate to save his only son, George Brown finally gave in. And on a freezing morning in March of 1892, a group of townspeople accompanied by a local doctor marched into the cemetery. They opened the graves of the mother and the eldest sister first, but there was nothing there but bones and dust. Then they pried open the crypt, holding 19-year-old Mercy. Gasps echoed through the freezing air. Mercy did not look like a decaying corpse. Her body had slightly shifted in the coffin and her skin was still flush. And when the doctor, trembling, cut into her chest, he found liquid blood in her heart. A vampire, the townspeople declared. But what the desperate, terrified minds of the 19th century couldn't comprehend was the natural science that follows death. Mercy had been dead for barely 2 months, stored in an above-ground crypt during the freezing New England winter. The cold acted as an icebox, perfectly preserving her remains. The shifting of her body was merely the natural process of decomposition and bloating. But a lack of knowledge mixed with fear and grief is a powerful blinding force. And right there in the cemetery, they removed Mercy's heart and liver. They placed her organs on a nearby rock and they set them ablaze. The smoke drifted up into the winter sky, carrying the remains of the innocent girl. They scooped up the ashes, mixed them with water, and fed the vile concoction to young Edward. A gruesome, desperate magic potion meant to cure him. But no surprise, it didn't work, and he died 2 months later. Drink up, son. The story of Mercy Brown is a haunting campfire tale. But the true monster wasn't a fanged creature of the night. The monster was a lack of knowledge mixed with fear. The tragedy of the New England vampire panic is a profound reflection of how our ancestors struggled. Faced with the devastating mysteries of nature, disease, and death, they sought to regain control through grim rituals and turning their own tragic dead into scapegoats. So, let this story be a reminder. When we are faced with the unknown, when fear threatens to consume us, we must strive to hold onto reason. We must remember to shine the light of compassion into the dark, and rather than creating monsters out of shadows. For the greatest tragedies occur not when the dead rise, but when the living let their terror guide them. And that's the tale of the last American vampire. Thank you, Half Pint. Yes, it's very sad. I actually don't really believe there's much going on in our bodies after we're gone. I don't really think like that matters that much. I'm not one of those people that cares about that, but just the fact that those people do, the Christian people do, and they were like willing to desecrate about, like they were that, it just is crazy to me. Oh, thank you, Brooke. It's the new one. It's the new one of the week. Oh shit, really, Jade? That's amazing. How old is she? Thank you, Dennis. That's really cute. That's so cute. And thank you for helping me finish my gift goal, Dennis. On YT. Guys, the YT gift goal, they're knocking them out over here. Knocking them out on YT. Oh yeah, Nikki, I know. People were the same way during the pandemic. It's insane. We have learned nothing because nobody knows this history. Nobody knows that that's how the myth of vampires began, was way before this story. We are always way behind Europe. So Europe did this to people, like in Romania, dude, they used to bury people with spikes through them when they had the plague because they thought they'd come back from the dead. Vampires were literally made up from a lack of medical knowledge and the fact that people were throwing up blood and turned pale, and you could see their blood through their skin, and yeah. So that's why I've never been a huge vamp girl, because they're just based off humans that are sick. However, cryptids, on the other hand, I find fascinating. What, Jade? She always puts these comments in 2 parts, and I don't see the first one, and then I just see some wild ass shit is the second one, and then I have to go back and try to see what she's talking about. Like, put it all in one. They did a new... Thank you. On her dad as an experiment. Oh my God. Oh, I love you. That's okay, Lorna. We love you. I'm glad you're back. Oh yeah, Deborah, they did all kinds of stuff. I know the character limits. It's so hard to find the original. Kent said, "You mean Count Chocula is fake?" Yeah, I hate to burst your bubble. Yeah, and I understand the character limit. It's just so hard to find the first one, the top one. Because by the time I see the bottom one, it's like, yes, there you go. The Strigoi, Rachel. I just said vampire because it's easier than trying to explain that for 15 minutes. Because folklore has different names around the world. But yes, in Romania, the Strigoi is what I was referring to. And they used to bury them in iron caskets and put bars on them, put poles through their chest, all kinds of stuff so that they did not come back. The Strain? I don't think I've seen that one. Was Nosferatu a Strigoi? That makes sense. His teeth are fucking wild, dude. His teeth are the creepiest vampire teeth. I don't care what anybody says. Creepiest teeth. I know, Grim. Our numbers are low tonight. Good point. Could you guys share it out? Could you please hit that share arrow? Ew, no, he's so gross. Yes, Deborah, they did that too. Plus, he's bald. What's the strain? Good night, Lorna. Sweet dreams. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, Fridays and Saturdays are usually lower. It's crazy. People are like, must be out doing things. Thanks, Jade. I love you. Always gassing me up. Thank you, Marlon. What was I just gonna... Oh, Justin, you're so sweet. Oh, this is the last weekend before school. Oh, thanks, country kid. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Thank God for what? Thank you, Thomas. All right, guys, I'll set up the next poll. Be right back. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for helping me with my gallery. Jade, what's for me? See, she does it. She had plenty of characters there. See? She said, and we got over 50K taps for that story. Then 30 comments later, for you. I love you, Jade. But see, I love you, Jade. She breaks them up into these. So I have to, like, it's like piecing together a puzzle of what. I'm like, wait, what's the one before that? What did she mean in that one? I love you, Jade. Thank God for Jade. I know, it's because the chat's too fast. Exactly. So like I'm like, wait, what? For me, what? Thank you, Matt, for the galaxy. Also, Jade, I'm never gonna get over the image of you running around the car. I think about it every time, and I'm like, the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like I feel like I just can't stop thinking about it. By the way, Jade, you missed it. Guess what I put on the poll? Oh, I'm gonna put it on the poll again. Never mind. Yeah, Justin, I feel like it's kind of a fun game Jade and I play. It's like a little puzzle. And then she realizes that I have no idea what's going on. And then she just starts pinning them for me. And I'm like, yes, Jade. Yeah, she said, thank God for me. Exactly. Thank God for you, Jade. That's exactly right. I'm curious what Merlin is doing. Sleeping on his back stretched out, curled up, or finding treats. That is so cute. And he does all those things. But right now, he is sleeping on his back in his recliner. Yes, you heard me right. His recliner in the living room. He has a giant leather recliner that he's obsessed with. That's his chair. Literally, he owns it. That's it. I don't even sit in it. I literally can't remember the last time I've ever sat in it. And I've had him for 7 years. Oh, Andrea, are you okay? Yeah, he picked it out online. He pointed with his paw and he's like, that chair. So I got him a chair that's more expensive than my car. I'm just kidding. But he's in his leather chair sleeping in the living room, and I'm not kidding about that. But yeah, Beefy, really. That's why when people ask me who Merlin is, I'm always like, he's my husband. Because everything I say about him sounds like a husband. I'm like, oh, he's just sleeping in his chair in the living room. Like, what's his bow tie budget? That's a good question. He has a lot of bow ties. He just got a new one. He just got his new birthday one put on. I buy him bow ties in bulk, so that he has them for like every month or every holiday. And so he has probably, you're gonna laugh, he probably has 25 bow ties. But here's the thing, he wears the shit out of them. He's a wild, adventurous kitty. So he doesn't stay just laying sleeping. He goes outdoors. He rolls around in the grass. So his collars get really worn out and dirty. Yeah, he's a man of culture. So it sounds like a lot of bow ties, but they're like all pretty much worn out now. Like there's only a couple that could be reused. So he has 25, but they're all like old ones. But then I'm sentimental and I save them because they have memories. Because I'm like, oh, he wore this one when he was 3. And like, you guys have to remember, I don't have kids. So, you know. He is the world's most interesting cat. You had to wear a bow tie for choir. That's so Mormon, Jade. I love it. Yeah, they're his clothes. He used to wear scarves, like little handkerchief, like bandanas around his neck when he was younger. But then he got a little chubby. Thank you for the follow, Organic Lemon Tea. Oh, it was public school choir. Oh, Winter, he hates being, he only will go outside if I'm with him. Like, if I literally go to the bathroom, I'm like, I'll be right back, Merlin. You can stay out here. Because I can see him from the kitchen window, bathroom window. Like, it doesn't matter. As soon as I come back, he's standing by the back door. Like, what the fuck? Where were you, Mom? He doesn't like to be out there without me. So as long as I'm out there, He'll go out there, but he stays in the yard. A couple of times he's roamed into the neighbors' yards. But then as soon as I go, Merlin, all I have to do is say, no, sir. And as soon as I say, no, sir, he comes zooming back. He's a very good boy. He's a very good boy. Yeah, yes, because I send Jade the videos. I send them to Jade and Skrilla. And she says every night, Jade goes, this is the highlight of my night. She's like, I wait every night for the Merlin outside videos. Last night he was like wallowing in the grass. It was so funny. Yeah, he's definitely got a dad bod. He's actually just got a corgi bod. He's such a corgi cat. He's so rotund. Okay, lovely. I'll send him to you too. Rachel got one too. Oh, but Rachel got the one from Witchy Wednesday, right? You've never seen a cat wallow. Yeah. Skrilla said he's never seen a cat cuddle like that either. But that's how all my cats have been. But again, I'm like an animal whisperer or something. I know. I don't know how long the videos can be on Discord, but I can post them on Discord. Okay, guys, I'm going to set up the next poll. Be right back. My one cat, Alfie, the one from the camper van story, he used to play dad. I'd go, bang, bang, you're dead, with my hand pointed like a pew-pew, and he would fall over on his back and stick his legs up in the air and pretend to be dead. I'm not kidding. And I have videos of it, but they're like blurry, shot on like a Fujifilm fucking digital camera or some shit. But he actually would do, he had a trick. It was so cute. And he also knew how to turn on the TV. He'd stand up on the TV and he knew the power button and he'd hit it with his paw. He's so smart. Alfie was so smart. All my cats have been really smart, but Alfie was so smart too. Yeah. And I'd come home and the TV would be on and it freaked me out for the longest time. And I couldn't figure out, like, do I have a ghost? Who's turning on the TV? And then one time I fell asleep on my couch instead of in my bedroom. And I caught him doing it. He would pull himself up. He'd stand up on the like TV stand and he figured out, he'd watched me and he figured out, well, because I had lost my remote. So I was always turning it on because I was in college. I was always turning it on with my finger. And I caught him. Yeah. And I didn't, back then people didn't have the cams. It was a long time ago. And so I caught him hitting the button with his paw. And it was so cute. Hi, Matt. Hey, Jade, get ready for this poll. Right, Megan? We've had a lot of those stories tonight. I'm running out of I'm running out of creative story ideas, titles, and I just ignored the puzzle for 2 minutes. Because I was typing in story titles and it's only 4 minutes long, and it was like, you have 2 minutes left before we shut down your live. I was like, oh shit. Whoops. Almost done with the poll. Good night, fairy witch. Sweet dreams. Lovely. It's every Saturday and Sunday. Just send them up the line so we have them in the reserves. They're definitely not going to improve. They just said my poll's under review. I don't think they're going to approve this one. Yeah, I took all 3 last week. Lovely. Oh, they approved it. Okay, here we go. The poll is ready. We have Ashes. Ashes. She's dead. We have With Arms Wide Open. We have Stillness in the Feeders. We have Virgil Warned Her. And we have Club Sandwiches, Not Seals. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box, and you can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. And yes, I put you against Curtis Jade. And fun fact, I actually really love club sandwiches a lot. I had one 2 days ago. Oh, I didn't even realize that, Beefy. You're right. Oh, I have little avocado cups in my fridge, so everything is with avocado. The pickle pizza was amazing, Sherry. It was perfect. CJ, I love French dip too, but mostly like in the winter time. Lovely. There was this place I used to eat in Hollywood. And I loved to go there, and they had the best fucking grilled cheese and tomato bisque, and they called it the after school special. And it was so good, and you could get short rib grilled cheese. Oh my god. Yes, I love avocados, Gigi. The winner is Ashes. She's dead. Is your favorite sandwich, Rachel? My favorite sandwich is the Monte Cristo, which is pretty much the most fucking extra sandwich you could ever have be your favorite, but I don't care. I love it. It's an explosion of flavor in my mouth, and I love it. And I haven't had one in like 5 years, but they're so good. You, Brooke, really? Why? Did I grow sandwiches in my nose? What? What? Alana, you should try it if you ever get the chance. They're so good. Okay, well, Skrilla, Gramps, that's what the @ symbol's for, boo-boo. You can tag people that you're talking to, so we know what you're talking about. See how Jay just did that? See how Jay just did that to Beefy? But that is a good question, Brooke. Did you plant sandwiches in your nose? Brent's Deli in Northridge. I don't think so. But I love delis. God, I love delis. Beefy said he figured they were in her asshole. My favorite was Cantor's. I loved Cantor's and I loved Greenblatt's. Greenblatt's, and Cantor's, Hi, Matt in the Groove. And Half Pint. If it's in Indiana and it doesn't sell Wiener Schnitzel, aka a breaded tenderloin sandwich that doesn't fit on the bun, then I probably haven't eaten there. I solely pick my places that I eat in Indiana based off of whether they have that sandwich. Exactly, Matt. Gotta have the schnitz. You gotta have the schnitz. Schnitzel is life. Yeah, you do, Skrilla. CJ. Yeah, well, Rachel, that was a long time ago. I don't know what Cantor's is like now. But too bad. I ate there all the time, and guess what? I'm still alive, so I didn't die. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, really, Robin? I guess it could have been either, right? Half pint. Who's Winston? Hi, Jam. How you doing, cutie? Jade, you're so funny. I'll explain it to you later. Justin, did you put pickles on your Christmas tree? And by pickles, I mean gherkins. Because us Germans love a gherkin. You did, Nate? I knew it. I knew it, Nate. You like that, Brooke? Yeah, Matt, that was the goal. The whole goal was to sound weird. It's called humor. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you, Matt. He said that sounded weird the way you say it. I liked it. I am a weird girl. I'm a goofy gal. Oh, it's called seduction. Oh, well, if weirdness is your form of seduction, you are in luck, sir. Nate says, I've got an Irkin for a gherkin. Dusty, you okay? I think Dusty fell asleep, you guys. It's so cute when they fall asleep on the keyboard or on their keypad. Do you see? It's so cute. Okay, Jade. Whoa. Jade says, I'm the sexiest beast you'll ever meet. Jade. Yeah. Okay. Get it? Confidence? Peefy said, I'm also seduced by bitchy and weird. What's weird, Jade? Jade, are you okay? Jade said, I'm the sexiest beast you'll ever meet. And then the next comment she said was, that's weird as fuck. Me. I weird. These are her comments. Are you joking, Jade? Are you okay? Have you been drinking? I think she's been drinking and she won't admit it. Hi, Erica. Oh, hey, Michelle. Hi, Jessica. Jade. Oh, Skrilla talking shit. He said Jade. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Dead Children's Playground. Thank you, Refining. Thank you for the hand hearts. And Jenna, thank you for the cozy cryptid. I love you, Jade. Oh yeah, I forgot you don't drink either. The first time I heard about the Dead Children's Playground in Huntsville, Alabama, it wasn't from a travel guide or a ghost hunting show. It came from a porch pal named Ashley. She sent me an email about it, and she even went out of her way to post pictures of it on our Porch Lore Discord page. Rumspringa. So I had to check it out for myself. The drive down to Alabama was beautiful. I truly love cruising through our beautiful countryside. After a very long drive, I made it to my Airbnb. It was walking distance from the playground, so it would be easy for me to investigate and film content. The playground sits beside Maple Hill Cemetery, one of the oldest burial grounds in Alabama. Skrilla. Locals say that at night, the swings move on their own, even when the air is still. They say children's laughter can be heard long after the park is supposed to be empty. The story goes that spirits of children buried nearby come out to play after dark. The first day I was there, I decided to go for a walk around the neighborhood. There were a lot of historical things in the area, not just a cemetery. Plus, I thought it'd be better to check out the cemetery at night. The Alabama sun was high, flattening shadows and bleaching the color out of everything. And as I was walking around, I noticed a little girl. She was walking down the sidewalk on her own. And it looked like she had a fresh scrape on her knee, and I could see blood. She was hurt, and she looked upset and lost. I approached her calmly and I asked her if she was okay and if her parents were nearby. But she didn't answer. The scrape on her knee wasn't serious, but it needed to be cleaned. I checked my phone for signal, already thinking about calling the police. But there was something about her. About how she stood there, dirty, trembling, and upset. And my maternal instincts kicked in. I knew that as soon as I dropped her off at the police station, she'd probably be held in some back room until they could locate her parents or until child services came to get her. So I decided to help her first and report it second. I chose humanity over avoiding liability. So I asked her if she would let me clean off her boo-boo at my house across the street. That way, I figured I could at least get something to eat for her and drink before I had to take her to the police station. She looked at me, smiled, and reached out her tiny little hand for me to grab it. And then she followed me, holding my hand without hesitation. The walk to the Airbnb wasn't long, but I kept glancing at her to see if she was still okay. I am not a mother, and I was panicking about keeping this little girl safe in my care. Thank you, Mamasaurus. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Jenna. She walked perfectly poised without saying a word, her gaze fixed straight ahead. We got to the house, and I cleaned her knee with a damp cloth and antiseptic from the Airbnb's first aid kit. She didn't flinch. She didn't even react at all. The cut looked recent, but almost like it had been reopened and hadn't happened that day. I wrapped it up, and then I gave her something to eat. Cheese with crackers and some strawberries. As she nibbled at her snacks, I tried to get any information I could out of her. Names, a street, a school, her age, anything. But still, she said nothing. As we continued sitting there in silence, I realized there was no reason to wait any longer. A lost child, no identification, and she's not responding. It needed to be reported. So I told her gently that we were going to the police station and that someone there would help us find her parents. And that was the first time she reacted. It wasn't dramatic. No crying, no resistance. She just looked very uneasy. The station wasn't far. I parked out front and I turned to her, explaining gently that we were going to go inside together and that everything would be okay. She didn't move. I tried again, softer this time, reassuring her. Still nothing. The tension in her small frame felt absolute. She was refusing to get out of the car. I didn't want to force her. I don't know anything about this little girl or what she's been through. So, I went inside alone, and I explained the situation to the officer at the desk. A young girl, injured, unresponsive, possibly lost. And I asked if someone could come out to the car and help me convince her to get out. The officer agreed, so we walked back together. When I got to the car, I reached for the door handle, already turning to try to explain her behavior, her silence, her fear. Scroll, thanks. Multitasking here. And then I looked inside, and the back seat was empty. My car was empty. She was gone. The officer checked the surrounding lot, the sidewalk, even behind the building. There was nowhere she could have gone in the time it took me to step inside. Eventually, the police took down a description of her and they told me that they would keep an eye out. Evening came slowly, the sky shifting from pale to gold to a deepening purple. I had driven across town to run a few errands and pick up some dinner when I noticed her. The little girl. She was just walking down the sidewalk, looking terrified and lost. Relief hit me, then confusion. How did she get this far from the police station so quickly? I stopped my car beside her and I rolled down the window. And she smiled. I asked her how I could help her. I told her that I just wanted to help her find her parents. And then she nodded and she hopped right back into the car. The sun was setting at this point. The roads grew quieter as we moved away from the center of town. Her directions coming not in words, but in small gestures, sudden turns of her head, slight movements of her hand pointing where I should go. It was enough for me to follow. Welcome in, Robin. Streetlights flickered on one by one, and the sky darkened. The houses thinned out, replaced by stretches of trees and shadow. And then I realized that we had arrived at Maple Hill Cemetery. The iron gates silhouetted against the last light of dusk. Good night, Robin. Sweet dreams. Thank you for the galaxy, besties. I parked, and we sat there in silence. And then I looked past her at the rows of headstones disappearing into the dark. And I saw two figures standing there as if they were waiting for her. She leaned over and she gave me a sweet little hug. And her skin was ice cold for a little girl who had been walking all day in the Alabama sun. Then she hopped out and walked toward the edge of the playground, where it met the first row of graves. I only saw the silhouettes of the two figures that I believed to be her parents in the blinding glow of the setting sun. I put my hand up to shield my eyes from the sun to get a better view, and the little girl and her parents were gone. I got out and I walked the entire grounds of the playground and the cemetery looking for them. Looking for any sign that other living people had been there, but I found nothing. Oh my God, Squeaks, be careful. I don't know why that little girl's lost spirit chose me, but I hope being reunited with her parents helps them all move on. And that's the tale of the Dead Children's Playground. Thank you, Jacqueline. Or should I say Jaqueline? My favorite way to say Jacqueline. Don't worry, CJ, I'm not. Rest assured. The Grabblers, I'm not sure what that is. I don't have a story on the Grabblers. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, Jaqueline. That's what I usually say when she comes in. I'm always like, hey, Jaqueline. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep better. I don't know, Skrilla, is it? Is that another word for it? That modern slang for it? I do write and record all of these stories myself. Thank you, Matt. Hi, Matt. You having fun? You having a good Saturday? I do write and record all these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel or any of the podcast streaming sites. You just need to look for Porch Lore and you'll find me. I also have all the links in my bio. We also have some pretty cute and fun merch. Highly recommend checking it out, even if you don't want to buy anything. You'll probably get some good laughs. It is also in the banner right here, but it is just if you do Porch Lore and then dot and then store. Very easy. Thank you, Jade. Yes. And if you guys could do me a big favor, could you guys hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner? There is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other, and it says repost. And that, oh, thanks, Gigi. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also sharing to your stories, which is the little twinkle inside of a circle, but the circle's gray, so it's not as cool. But sharing to your stories helps a lot, and tapping and writing in keywords. We are already at 318,000 tabs. Thank you, guys. C.S. Smith, I'm glad I can help you fall asleep. You fell asleep on your patio last weekend while listening. That makes me so happy. Oh, and you fell asleep outside. It's so good for you to snooze outside sometimes. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I could help you fall asleep. Matt, thanks for the galaxy. Thank you for helping me with my gift gallery. Yeah, I bet it was the best. Sleeping on like the porch and patio is awesome. Here's a fun fact. Did you guys know that in the 1900s, when they built houses, like 1900s to like 1930s, before they had any cooling systems, they had what was called a sleeping porch. And if you give it a goog, you'll learn about it. Brian, the ghostwriter house that comes in all the time, the guy who I broke his heart in middle school at the skating rink, and he tells that story all the time in his life. He has, in his craftsman style bungalow in Texas, he has a sleeping porch. It is now converted into a bathroom, but back before air conditioning, when it was very hot in places like Texas and other southern places, they had a thing called a sleeping porch. And I know, squeaks, I know. And it was where they slept because you could get some fresh air, but it was like screened in, you know? And so sleeping outside is good for you. Tsunami Rose, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. It's a badass name. Good night, have pint. Sweet dreams. He said Merlin's taken a liking to him. Sweet dreams. Hello from Liverpool, Stephen. Welcome in. Wouldn't that be nice, Heather? Yeah. I don't have a screened in porch either, but a girl can dream, right? A girl can dream. Oh my God, Lily. Did you guys, thank you, Robin. Did you guys see Lily? Did you guys see Lily? She says meow bloop, 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 with the bubbles, and we hold the paws. No, Skrilla, it's not. It's not. She's so cute, right, Robin? Oh, Mackenzie fell asleep. Squeaks. I wish she was real too, Robin. I always say that, like, that's my dream, is to like hold paws with a baby snow leopard in a field full of flowers and bubbles and spin around. And that's the closest I'll ever come. I love you too, Jade. Are you leaving? Oh, you're gonna put, I hope your stomach feels better. Love you. I hope you feel better, boo-boo. Your family would freak out if you tried to sleep outside. I used to sleep on my trampoline in my backyard when I was a wee girl. And I thought I was really slick. And I had a boy come over and like sneak over. He'd like sneak out of his house and walk over. And I'd be like, I just gotta sleep on the trampoline tonight, okay? And then I'd go out there and we'd just like cuddle. We didn't even do anything. This was like before this was like innocent stuff. Hi, Faye. And I thought I was like so sneaky about it. And my dad would be like, I see 2 bodies dipping in the trampoline out there. And he got up and he ran. He ran down the street, down the hill, down the street. Like, how stupid do you have to be? I thought like my dad would notice that there were 2 bodies dipping in. You did the same thing? Yeah. Like, I thought, oh, it's just me out here. I'm just one big body. And like he could see that there were 2 bodies dipping in the trampoline. And my dad's like a lawyer. And he just yelled, I see 2 bodies out there on that trampoline. And he got up and ran. And it was like innocent. We were just cuddling. It was like super innocent. Wheel on the trampoline at night too. I used to what? Wheel. What's a wheel? Is that some term I don't know about? You broke your back on a trampoline? Well, don't blame the trampoline. That's not how that works. Sorry, boo. That's not how that works. CJ, are you getting your lines out now? Are you leaving? You're going to watch a movie? Oh, what movie? Brooke said it's embarrassing as fuck. Aww. I was a beast on a trampoline, dude. I had to do a PowerPoint, but not a PowerPoint. It was a poster board point for my dad, because he's a fucking lawyer, to explain to him why I needed a trampoline. And then I had to do a presentation. And then he got it for me, but then we had to make everybody who jumped on it sign a liability waiver, so that if they got hurt, it wasn't my dad's liability. So that was fun. But I was a beast on the trampoline. I could like do tricks off of it. You know, like jump starting on it and fly off of it. Which is not, do not do that. It's not a good idea, but it was really fun. I'm seeing a lot of trampoline injuries. James split his head open. What's pretty smart, mermaid? Oh, the waiver thing? Yeah, I know. Oh, Steven, yeah. Yeah. He's in prison now. In Louisiana. So, thank goodness for that. Wait, what? Brooke? Did Brooke just say what I think she did? Can we get some keywords in the chat? True mermaid. No. No, Voodoo. Go up and read the comments. Steven was talking about somebody else. No, my dad's an attorney. He's absolutely not in prison. He's a very successful attorney. Yes, please put some keywords in the chat, guys. Because Brooke is vomiting out the mouth right now. So let's get some keywords in the chat. My God, please. No, Brooke, you said a little bit more than that. Exactly, Beefy. We can say the things, you just have to balance it out with keywords. You can't only say those things in the chat all night. You're allowed to say whatever you want, but you have to balance it out with an even amount of keyword chats if you're going to talk about blood shooting out of your ass, Brooke. She said, I just got it. I love you, Brooke. Oh, you're so cute. I love you. She said, I get it now. It went over my head. I literally had to say it out loud for her. I was trying to be so subliminal. I literally had to say it. The poor people on YT are probably like, what in the world? All right, y'all get an extra story. Because it's Saturday. And yeah, hi, Trey. Yes, the fire pits have always been there. So I think you are, in fact, driven. But that's okay. We all are kind of are. Hi, Lacey. No, you didn't. Hey, Brooke, no, you didn't. No, you didn't, boo-boo. No, you didn't. Like we said, we can talk about it. We just got to balance it out with other keywords so that the AI doesn't only pick up that and send us to people who are looking for lives that pertain to that, you know? We love you. See, yes, it's the next day. Exactly, Brooke. It's the next day. Okay, guys, the next poll is ready. Oh, don't worry, Brooke. I always do. And then you can tell them that the stories are in your head. Hi, you boy. Once upon a time, a biscuit. Once upon a time, far ago. Far ago. Boo Boo, are you okay? About yesterday. Are you all right there, homie? Ya boy? You all right there, Jodo? All right, guys. The poll is ready. Ew, Skrilla. Ew. Yeah, we love you, Banner Tray. He's Banner Tray forever. Okay. The options are, and it's, yeah, tell me more about this biscuit. I love biscuits. Especially from like Bojangles. Okay, those of you who are on TikTok, you can vote. And if you're not, and you're on YT, Justin, who said, tell me more about this biscuit. Justin will vote for you over on YT because he's the homie and he's the sweetest person. So we have silly story title Saturday. Really, Millie? You got one in Arizona? What? So jealous. You found a biscuit in your pocket. Well, that sounds a little suggestive. That sounds a little suggestive, you boy, Jodo. But biscuits are soft, so I'm not sure if I'd brag about that. Anyway, the poll is ready. What, Jade? What? Yeah, I carry tater tots in my pocket. Just in case I need a little snacky snack. During COVID, you guys want to know what I did? I was like a cute little horse. And we need to wear your masks everywhere. I just sneak a little snack in there and just while I'd walk around like a little horse with this little feed bag. How sneaky am I? I was like, I just have snacks on me all day in my mask. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I'm a little horse. It worked out really well. Yeah, you know how horses put the little thing on their mouths, carry their food in it, so they get lazy, they don't have to hold it, and they just can chomp? Oh yeah. Masks, fruit snacks, thank you. Yes, a feed bag, so I was like a little pony. You put nerds in your, yeah, a little pony. I was like, Yep, she be chomping, Justin. Okay, guys. Here is the poll. You ready? We have silly story titles Saturday. So these are not the story titles. They're silly titles. We have all of the lights. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Then we have with arms wide open. We have Virgil warned her. And then we have club sandwiches, not seals. And then we have you done messed up AA Ron. Okay. Who's it gonna be? You can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. Yes, Trey. I am also on YT. We have, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. You can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. We have all of the lights. With arms wide open, Virgil warned her, club sandwiches, not seals, and you done messed up AA Ron. Who's it gonna be, guys? Extra story. Oh, Jade, I'm sorry. Jade, I've been in pain all day. So I feel you. I have not, all day. All day. Skrilla, you're cute. And Brooke, no, you put it... No, make it a separate comment because the AI scans the chat. So it's going to scan the one comment, and then when it scans the next one and it sees more of a frequency of the, I know, girl, but this is the world we're living in. So if no, CJ, you can't. It's just for me. And so it just needs to scan the words. Does that make sense? You would get Ziza and chalky milk. He'd get chalky milk, don't forget. Trey, everybody does that. I'm so glad you do. Everybody does that. Banner Trey. We love Banner Trey. Everybody does that. It's not just you. Yeah, CJ, I'm such a meanie. I'm such a meanie today. Exactly, Brooke. But why do you need to be saying poop? That's the real question, Brooke. What do you need to be saying poop about? She's like, my God, I'm scared to even say poop now. Why? What are you saying poop for? To begin with. That is true. That is true, Brooke. That is true. Thank you, Squeaks. And thank you, Skrilla. And yes, I am always, like Skrilla said, I have meanie privileges the week of the... Oh, it won't let me pin it. It won't let me pin Skrilla's comment. He said Devin has meanie privileges through this moon. And yes, he's correct. I'm a little feistier the week of the full moon. I'm a red witch. So. Wait, who was it that said they took my advice and hissed at someone the other day? Somebody in the chat came in and said they took my advice and they hissed. My attitude is why you zine. Oh, CJ, when we met, you were addicted to zines, boo-boo. It's not me. No, I just hissed at everybody as a whole, CJ, not you. That was just to indicate my full moon attitude. Do some witchy stuff for me to get some monies. That's not how it works, Kyle. Yeah, remember, Holly? Yeah, someone came in and said, I took your advice and I hissed at someone today, and it was awesome. Who was it? And I swear she said she like hissed at like a coworker or something even funnier. And I was like, oh my God. All right, guys, the winner is with arms wide open. With arms wide open. Under the sun. But Kyle, you can do it. I can't do it for you, but you can do it. I can come to Witchy Wednesday and I'll tell you tricks on manifesting. I call it be Delulu until it's true. And I'll tell you how to do it. You just delusionally believe things that aren't true until they become true. But just in your mind's eye, you envision yourself living the life as if they are true. And then guess what? They start to happen. Oh yeah, Alexis, we all have it stuck in our heads. That's how you know me, Skrilla. Wow. How? You should, Brooke. I'll be right back with arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. He showed me nothing. Good question, Skrilla. Good question. There's a question. I do a good Scott stamp. Thanks, Nate. Is that his name? Scott Stop. I don't know what his name is, but I'm assuming the Creed guy. Don't you dare, Matt. Don't you dare. You might as well throw on the other one too. If I go crazy, then will you still call me super? I know it's not the same band, but I feel like it's the same era. It's the same era. You thought it was going to be the Eagles? Oh my goodness. I know. That's why I was like, no, no, no. Yeah, that's 3 Doors Down. Exactly, Thay. I would watch your mouth, see Mamacita, if I were you. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to. But you're in the wrong live. I would leave if I were you. Brooke. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the haint of Huggin' Molly. Exactly, Rachel. I've said that before. You come into the Supremes fucking live with the whole coven up in this bitch, and you're really gonna do that? That's really dumb. As the guy on the news said, you are really, really dumb. You are so dumb. Perfect timing, Ambular. Welcome in. Rachel. Thanks, Melly. Yeah, Anton. Yeah, exactly. Trey. I love that guy. He was so dumb. Yeah, Rachel's a fire witch. You don't want to piss her off. Yes, Taryn, I would say about 75%. So, it's not smart. Luckily, I use my powers to help people fall asleep. Otherwise, that bitch's boat would be crashed into a rock right now. Yes, Alexis, so many. More than people realize, I believe. And there goes, ooh. Thank you, Callie. Yes, Kyle, I'm a siren. But I use my powers for good, not to lure sailors to the rocks. That was the old me 500 years ago. I don't do that anymore. I've traveled all over the South. He said we all have a past. Chasing whispers and shadows. Some turn out to be the wind through cypress trees or a startled owl. Thank you, Callie girl. But every once in a while, I stumble into something that I can't laugh off when the sun comes up. This story takes place in Abbeville, Alabama. A place you might not notice on the map unless you're already looking for trouble or trying to avoid it. Exactly, Tommy. I let the Selkies take care of that. Exactly. Abbeville isn't big, but it's old. Settled in the early 1800s, it still wears the past, like a wool coat in the summer. Heavy and soaked through with memory. People there still speak in slow drawls, and you can get a plate of catfish bigger than your head for under $10. But what really drew me to Abbeville was a local legend that has stuck around for almost 100 years. The tale of Huggin' Molly. Now, depending on who you ask, Molly's either a grieving mother, a witch who lost her child, or some kind of cryptid that stalks the streets after dark. But everyone agrees on two things. She's tall, like 7 feet tall, and she wraps you in a death grip hug so tight it knocks the breath out of you. She doesn't kill you, but you'll remember her for the rest of your life. Local kids are warned that if they stay out past sundown, Huggin' Molly might grab them up and scream in their ear. Yes, we love a tall queen. I had heard the story years ago and always figured it was one of those moral tales meant to scare kids. But I never forgot it. And last October, while tracing old Civil War routes through southern Alabama, I decided to make a stop in Abbeville and see if the place had anything left of the legend. I pulled into town just before sunset. The streets were quiet, too quiet for a Friday night. Downtown was a cluster of old brick buildings and faded murals that looked like they hadn't been touched since the 1940s. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Bed of Dust. Thank you, Neil. I parked near the library, a gorgeous old building that still had gas lanterns flickering out front, and I walked toward the courthouse square. I got lucky. A local historian named Bobby was closing up the museum, and he said that he would offer me a private look inside. The museum itself was one room, barely big enough to turn around in without knocking over a display. Justin. There were Civil War artifacts, some dusty family Bibles, and a glass case dedicated entirely to Hug and Molly. The case held newspaper clippings, a child's bonnet, and a charcoal sketch from 1914. It showed a towering woman in white, with elongated arms and eyes big like saucers. Her mouth was wide, almost smiling, but in a way that made you feel like smiling back would be a mistake. Bobby told me that the sketch had been done by a boy named Samuel Gaines, who claimed he saw her one Halloween night, and after that he never spoke again. He died in a sanitarium up in Montgomery in 1938. Bobby said the story always resurfaces when the weather turns cool and the air smells like smoke. Now, I've heard my share of ghost stories, and I've had a few strange experiences that have kept me awake at night. But I hadn't expected to feel anything in Abbeville. But something about that drawing, about the cold stillness inside that museum, made me decide to stay the night and see if I could walk the route that people claimed Molly used to follow. According to locals, she favored Kirkland Street, right near the old carriage trail that led out of town into the woods. I checked into a little roadside inn and waited for the clock to strike midnight. It was the kind of night where the fog doesn't roll in, it seeps in. Everything felt damp and muffled. I walked slowly, inadequate flashlight in hand, down Kirkland Street. It was the kind of quiet that makes you wonder if anyone else is even alive in the whole town. And then I heard it. Not footsteps, but something softer, like cloth dragging across pavement. I turned off the inadequate flashlight and I stood still. My ears strained as I held my breath. The sound came again, this time closer. Not in front of me, but behind me. I turned and I saw nothing. Thank you, Melissa. Thanks, Beverly. Just as I finally exhaled, there came a strange pressure, like the air itself was growing heavy. Thank you, Melissa. My chest tightened, and I suddenly felt ice cold, the kind that shoots straight through your ribs. I looked up, and there she was. A silhouette, 7 feet tall at least. I couldn't make out her face, just the shape of her tall. Her head tilted slightly. I couldn't move. I should have screamed, I should have run, but all I could do was stand there while she came closer. Her arms opened wide. Not quickly, but in a slow, almost loving way. And then she was around me. Thank you, Tommy. I didn't feel hands. It felt like pressure. Like being vacuum sealed into a memory that I didn't want. Thank you, Tommy. That's cute. I've never seen that. That's so cute. It was like being hugged by grief itself. Dense, hollow, and cold as grave soil. Then, just beside my ear, she screamed. Not a word, not a name, just a pure, mournful wail that blasted straight through me. I dropped to my knees. The scream faded into the fog, and when I opened my eyes, she was gone. I staggered back to my car. I don't remember unlocking it or the drive back to the inn. I don't even remember getting into the room, getting into bed, or falling asleep. I don't really remember anything after she hugged me. I was in some type of fog for the rest of the night. The next morning, I woke with a nosebleed and my ribs ached like I had been tackled. I went back to the museum and Bobby told me one more story before I left. In 1909, a woman named Molly Langford lost her only child to scarlet fever. They say she went mad with grief and wandered the streets at night for weeks, begging people to let them hold her baby. When she died, folks said they could still hear her calling for her son. Others think Molly's not human at all. Some say she's tied to the land itself, an elemental. Whatever she is, I can still feel her arms around me sometimes when I dream. And if you ever find yourself near Henry County, Alabama, especially in October, be careful walking after dark, because Hug and Molly might be looking for someone else to hold tight. And that's the tale of the Haint of Hug and Molly. And we're doing a fast switch to the diner because it's late. It's late, y'all. What, Sherry? Hey, at least that wasn't a terrible one. Thank you, Adela. Hey, at least that wasn't a bad one. It was better than the other ones, you guys. Much better than the other ones. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. And thank you, Adela. I know, poor Molly. Oh, thank you, Sherry. Good. I try. Yeah, it was much more subtle, Adela. Yeah. Some of the other ones that we heard during the World Cup were like, holy shit. But that one was nice. That actually, I think that's a song I used to really like. Hi, Detroit. Welcome in. Yeah, Jade. Slowly but surely, we're all healing from the music gift trauma. That's the second one we've gotten, you guys, that was not even bad, and it was really calm and cool. So slowly but surely, we are healing. All right, guys, welcome in. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. This is the last story of the night, and it is called The Night Shift at Sycamore Diner. So grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, cuddle up, and welcome to the porch. Happy Saturday. Yes, Justin, those were dark days. I just got a flood watch alert. Hi, Kirby. Oh my gosh, that's a cute little robot, Rachel. Thanks. Oh, and thanks for the confetti. Yeah, it's storming. Oh, Skrilla, that was a good one. Flood watch. Skrilla's on his way over. Thank you, Whitney. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Thank you, Whitney. It was 108, Trey. Where do you live? Yes, Squeaks. Thanks for explaining. $108. Southern California. Banner Trey. I used to live in Southern California. He lives on Route 666. Skrilla also lives in Southern California. And so, well, Rachel used to. Rachel lives in Vegas. It's been in the hundreds in Colorado. That's rare, Alexis. I used to live in Colorado too, and it was never really that hot. It was 114 in Vegas today. Oh my God, Rachel, are you okay? Sherry, I didn't know you were in Northern California. And look, Freedom's in Sacramento. Are all of you guys from California? Oh, we're so far away from each other. Cali girl, I did know you were in California. Oh, really, Alexis? In 2012? Okay. Because I was going to say, that's not very common. Look at Raver, also in California. Wow, a lot of you guys. Yes, and you know what, Squeaks? That is where Holly is right now. Holly is a lovely service woman. And that is actually where she is right now. I don't know if she's still in here. She was earlier. Oh, really, Trey? Cool. I lived in Hollywood for my 20s. I don't have a cool story like for college or anything like that. I didn't go to college out there. I went to college somewhere else. But I partied when I lived in LA. I had a lot of fun. I just literally moved there to be a model and party. And it was awesome. And I'd do it again. Hi, Tsunami Rose. Why do you have to come back? Where do you live? Tsunami. I feel like that sounds like a derby name. Yes, Freedom, I have lived a lot of places. And all I have to show for it is cool stories. Usually I'm only on till 1, but we're way after tonight. But on the weekends, sometimes I go later. Depends on how I feel. Hi, Blue. Good morning. All right, guys. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. You love Derby? Yeah. Tsunami Rose, is that your Derby name? Because that would be a badass fucking Derby name. I love that name. When you first came in, I was like, Tsunami Rose, badass name. Oh, and Forensic Psych. Oh, dude, we're going to be friends. But yes, immediately when I saw that, I thought it was a Derby name. So cool. Trey. Well, they're in the UK and they just said hello from the UK and it is 7 o'clock in the morning for them in the UK. So they are definitely in the morning over there. They're just waking up. Sometimes we get the early bird UK. You said I wish. Well, now you can just pretend. Tsunami Rose is your Derby name. All right, guys. Sycamore Diner. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. But that night, Andrew. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. AMG said, oh yeah, you are. It was late October, and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday, and my plan had been to drive straight through. 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. I had taken the wrong exit trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. And that's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering, like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon, a tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map, and get back on the highway. Thank you, Eric. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. They made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm, and it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools, even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people, they all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet. Like they weren't expecting me. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that nobody wanted to finish. A waitress, tall, with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. "You get caught in the rain, sweetheart," she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. Yeah, the highway's a mess. She chuckled and patted my shoulder. "Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers." I sat down in a corner booth and the vinyl creaked. I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around and everyone looked normal, sort of. Thank you, Sherry, I love it. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. But they all had the same look in their eye, like they were there but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes, even when they were looking down. I know, Sherry, isn't it cute? Thank you, Rachel. The waitress came back with coffee. Strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. Hi, Bisbee. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi. Not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window and the storm was still going. But now the wind had picked up, and I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit, not even a flicker. The food came fast, too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. Good night, Squeaks. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once, and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. Just that. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile and walked over, collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff, just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register. 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered just once, and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in mid-air. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped. Like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back, and the jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music, not a storm, a voice. Not coming from anyone I could see. Just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest. I turned the knob, locked. Of course it was locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside. Just wind and rain, and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. The booths were empty, no plates, no crumbs, no mug. No sign that anyone had ever even been there, except for my plate. Still warm and still half-eaten. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. "The others, they were waiting, but you just wandered in." She raised a hand, and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer, like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled, and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it, underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot, like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. 1 second, I was inside, and the next, I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, pulled up with the ceiling missing, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. No neon sign, No glowing windows, just nothing. Thank you, Sherry. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No 2 Chains, no Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rear view mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone, not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site. And I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight. And everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. The photo in the article? Same checkerboard floor. Same red booths. Same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little. Because I know I was there. And I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had. And I didn't even pay for it. And that's the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. And yes, Justin, he was saying, my top back, I'm circumcised. It's a Rick Ross line, Justin, get it together. Big body, I got 10 of those. Whipping work it smelling like a dinner roll. Whoop. Huh. Whoop. Huh. That's my Rick Ross impression. Good night, Porch Pals. I love you guys. Thanks for spending your Saturday with me. I will see you guys again tomorrow night, same time, same place, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the new story comes out Monday, live premiere, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my YT channel. And guess what, guys? We're getting a new cryptid this week. We're getting a new creature. Yes, every single day of the week, Trey. Even on Christmas, my birthday, New Year's Eve, Valentine's Day, everything, every day. No, vampires aren't really cryptids. No more vampires for now. I gave you guys what you asked for. Yeah, even Jade's birthday, yeah. Yep, we're getting a new cryptid on Monday, guys. Yeah, Trey, banner Trey. We'll see you tomorrow. I love you guys. I hope you get some wonderful sleep. And if you can't sleep, head on over to my YT channel where the lives are recorded and there is a bedtime stories playlist with me on camera a little bit. I say hi. I read them all the way through without chit chat. And you can fall asleep to them that way as well. And I hope you guys get some wonderful sleep. And don't forget, oh good, Justin. And don't forget, stay spooky.